They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Good start for Signifying Nothing, who edges out for the front end. Queens over threes, wants the lead and gets it over Signifying Nothing. Eddie Marie's up the inside in third. Big Advantage races in fourth. Empire Magic's in fifth, 4 lengths off the lead, and a gap of about 4 lengths to Out of the Cloud. Out sprinted the early going. Queens over threes. Eddie Marie kicks on through towards the inside into second. Signifying Nothing 3 wide. Big Advantage in about the 4 path. Empire Magic covered up into four, 2 lengths off the lead. Needs somewhere to run. And Out of the Cloud trails the field. First quarter mile, 22 and 4/5. Eddie Marie takes over from Queens over threes. And Empire Magic gets that seam. Empire Magic now inhaling ground on the turn and goes from about fourth up into the lead as they turn into the stretch. And it's Empire Magic who comes off the turn, leading by a length and a half. Eddie Marie's in second. Signify Nothing's in third. Big Advantage fourth. 1 furlong to go, and Empire Magic opens up by 3. The battle for second. Signify Nothing to the outside of Eddie Marie. In deep stretch, it's Empire Magic. An impressive turn of foot on the turn, and that will lead to a visit to the winner's circle. Eddie Marie second. Third, Superfecta, $3.63. Second race at Finger Lakes. No changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 8. And they're off. Very bad stumble to start for Sadie War Lady and a sluggish start for Belly Coup. It's Posse Rocks who sends out for the lead. E Complicado second. Crystal emerges in third. Then a length and a half to Diptyque to the outside of Widow, fourth and fifth. 2 more lengths to War Terminatrix to the outside of Bellicou, who's about a length in front of Sadie War Lady, who's at the back of the pack and about 9 lengths off the lead. It's Posse Rocks who leads this group into the turn. Crystal comes to engage outside second. E Complicado tracks in third. Took a funny step there. The rider had to tap on the brakes ever so slightly. It's Diptyque who's mid-flight in fourth. 2 more lengths back to Widow, and then it's Bellicou. War Terminatrix second last, and Sadie War Lady deep on the course at the tail of the field. 3 across the track as they reach the top of the stretch. And E Complicado cut loose on the 3 wide side, and E Complicado swoops in and grabs that lead. Crystal in some tight quarters there. Even tighter was Posse Rocks outside to Diptyque, who's closing in as they got a 16th to go. E Complicado has the lead by 3 lengths over Diptyque and Crystal. It's E Complicado in front. Diptyque second. Bellicou in a photo with Crystal for third. $32.62, the winning mutual. Second race official. Double, $53.14. Trite. And they're off. Great start. Production credit sends out for the front end. Son of Darkness, forwardly placed on the outside second. Smooth Tails, Captain of My Heart, and Smokin' Alone make up the next flight. And Barflies at the tail of the field. Up the backstretch. Production credit has a lead. Let's call it 3. Son of Darkness in pursuit in second. Captain of My Heart towards the inside in third. Smooth Tails, Yellow Blinkers in fourth. 4.5 off the lead. Then 3 lengths to Barfly, who's a length and a half in front of Smokin' Alone. First quarter, 23 seconds. Production credit on top. The lead's a length and a half. Son of Darkness outside in the clear in second. Captain of My Heart towards the inside in third. Smooth Tails under pressure, 6 lengths off the lead. 5 lengths back to Barfly as they reach the top of the stretch. Production credits homeward bound. Comes off the turn, leading by 4 lengths. Son of Darkness is all out. Captain of My Heart towards the inside. Smooth Tails on the grandstand side, but many lengths off the lead of Production Credit, and Production Credit will not be caught. Production Credit, the 6-5 favorite's going to win this race by about 7. Smooth Tail second, Captain of My Heart third, Son of Darkness fourth. $12.99. Dime Super, $12.72. Fourth race, Finger Lakes. No scratches or jockey changes. Number 110. Red Butterfly to the outside. They're all in the gate, and they're off. Decent start. It's Tekka from an inside post. Grab the Glories on the outside. Divorced, of course, is racing in a joint second with Tekka. And then it's Turn Up the Music is towards the inside. Rochiel, My Bell, 3 wide around that first turn. And then it's Red Butterfly. Happy Times in second last and about 10 off the lead and a length and a half back to MAS Scrooves, who trails the field. It's Grab the Glory with 6 furlongs to go. Is built up an 8-length lead. Divorced, of course, to the outside. Attack at second and third. A space of 2.5 to turn up the music to the inside of Rochelle My Belle, fourth and fifth. Happy Times in 6 and a length and a half in front of MAS Screws, who's out of last. And Red Butterflies at the tail of the field and about 17 lengths off the lead. Half mile to go in this race, and it's Grab the Glory. It goes to the opening half in a lively 47 4/5, and Grab the Glory has a lead by 6 lengths. Tekka's up the inside second. Divorced, of course, in third. Turn up the music 3 wide as they catch up with Grab the Glory. As is Rochelle My Belle, who'll circle up on the far outside. And then it's Happy Time, who runs along in 6th. 3 lengths back to Red Butterfly and 2 lengths to MAS Grooves, who trails the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. It's Tekka is the first to face us. Rochelle My Belle 3 wide. Turn up the music's in between runners. Divorced, of course, in 4th and 6 lengths off the lead. 1 furlong to go. Tekka on top by 2. Rochelle My Belle and Turn Up the Music second and third. 16th to go. Tekka leads by a couple lengths over Rochelle My Belle, and Tekka will get the job done. Rochelle My Belle second, Turn Up the Music third, and Divorced 17 cents. Pick 3, $51 and 62 cents. Race number 5 on the gate. And they're off. A little bit tardy. Luminescent, who's last. Practically Summer, Miss Impulsive, Ring of the Rise. Miss Impulsive on the far outside going out for the lead. Ring of the Rise not giving her a free pass in second. La Grande Artesana in some tight quarters towards the inside in third. As it's Happy Smile improving on the outside in fourth. Practically Summer's in between runners. Only 2 lengths off the lead. 4 lengths to Merlin F. Jentador launching a rally to the outside of Merlin F. And then it's AP Slingshot, who's in second last. Luminescent trails the field about 12 lengths off the lead. 2.5 furlongs to go. Miss Impulsive, Happy Smile comes to engage outside second. Ring of the Rise losing position in third. And then it's Practically Summer, who's to the outside of La Grande Artesana. They are fourth and fifth. Followed up by Merlin F., who skims the inside as they got 3/16 to go. Miss Impulsive, the favorite, has the lead by 3 parts of a length. Happy Smile shaking up in second. And then in third, that is Practically Summer. La Grande Artesana fourth. In deep stretch, it's Miss Impulsive over a game. Happy Smile. Happy Smile gets her. Oh, wow. Time Super, $43.15. Pick 3, $15.06. Pick 5, 5 of 5, $822.81. And they're off. It's Miss Wobbles and Freedom Dreams. These two blast out for the front, joined by Just Words up the inside. Just Words will have the lead after an opening furlong. Freedom Dreams second, Miss Wobbles third. Fauve far outside in fourth. Change Orders in fifth. Digital Sales in sixth. Positively up the inside into the top 6, 5 off the lead. And then we come back to Banker Murray's about 11 lengths off the lead and 2 lengths to Kazam Elegant in the 9th in trailing position. On to the far turn. It's Just Words first quarter, 23 2/5. Just Words clears off by 2 with 3 furlongs to go. Freedom Dreams and Miss Wobbles in pursuit second and third. Fauve White Blinkers outside fourth. Positively Change Order fifth and sixth. 2 lengths to Digital Sail to the outside of Banker Murray. Many lengths back to Kazam Elegant, who trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Just Words turns him in, comes off the turn, leading by 3 lengths over Freedom Dreams and Fauve on the outside. Miss Wobbles at the fence, Positively Yellow Cap in about the 2 path and 2.5 lengths off the lead as they run to the 16th pole. Just Words. Here's Positively Fauve outside Change Order and Banker Murray. Fauve with the lead. Positively Change Order. Here's the finish. It's Fauve. Fauve. $49.88 to win. Big balloons here in race 6. Double $165.34. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It Seems Like Destiny broke the best and goes out for the lead. Eric from Miami and Philharmonic are second and third. And then it's Cast a Coin is towards the inside. Retail Man outside of him. Burning Beauty 3 wide around that first turn. And Ice Time is at the back of the pack as they navigate the first turn. Seems Like Destiny on top. The lead's 3 lengths. Cast a Coin is in second. Philharmonic races third. A length and a half back to Eric from Miami in fourth. Retail Man's in fifth, 6.5 lengths off the lead. 2 lengths to Burning Beauty is the outside of Ice Time. Those two in tandem at the back. First quarter mile, 24 3/5. Seems Like Destiny has a clear lead. The lead's 3. Cast a Coin is a clear-cut second. Philharmonic tracks in third. Eric from Miami, 3 wide fourth, and it's Retail Man. Burning Beauty is deep on the course and 8 lengths off the lead, and Ice Time is towards the inside at the back. The opening half mile will be posted momentarily as they make the entry into the far turn. Seems Like Destiny has the lead by 4. Philharmonic races in second. Burning Beauty outside in third, then in fourth. Eric from Miami, Cast a Coin shuffled fifth. 3 lengths back to Retail Man is to the outside of Ice Time, who trails the field. As they arrive at the top of the home stretch, Seems Like Destiny taken on by Philharmonic, and Philharmonic takes over an upper stretch. Philharmonic has the lead by a length and a half over Seems Like Destiny. Burning Beauty is on the outside in thirds. They run down to the 16th pole. It's Philharmonic who scampers clear by 4 lengths. The battle for second, Seems Like Destiny and Burning Beauty, but an easy winner. Philharmonic give Worry 3 on the card. Burning Beauty gets second, Seems Like Destiny third, and Ice Time a distant post time in 20 minutes at 4:53 p.m. And they're off. Who's Got the Tip? Adjustable Rate and Heck of a Bust all sending for the lead. Emily Reward and Stella Brown are next. 3 lengths to Chick Azteca, who's up the inside in 6th. Alongside is Artemis Girl. Then 3 lengths back to Our First Lady, second last. And a length and a half to Moontown, who trails the field. Half mile to go. Adjustable Rate has the lead over Heck of a Bust. And Who's Got the Tip? They're second and third. Couple more lengths to Emily Reward, who tracks in 4. Chick Azteca 5th. Artemis Girl 6th. Stella Brown 3 wide 7th. 9 off the lead. 2 lengths back to Our First Lady, and Moontown trails the field as they wind their way to the quarter pole. Adjustable Rate, Heck of a Bust, and here's Emily Reward splitting rivals. As they turn into the home stretch, Adjustable Rate has the lead with 1 furlong to go. As it's Emily Reward who gets every chance on the outside, followed up by Our First Lady, who's progressing on the extreme outside up into third. 16th to go. Adjustable Rate, Emily Reward first and second. Our First Lady on the outside, Moontown at the fence. It's Adjustable Rate in front. Close for second. Maybe Emily Reward. $165. 19 cents. Pick 4, 4 of 4, $955.50. Here's our national anthem. Good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack on Monday afternoon of Thoroughbred Horse Racing. Got about 60 minutes to race number one. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. First race, there are no changes, but we do have a late work for number 3, Ragtime Prankster. Before we get to that, we do have a jockey change in number 1, one more rep. So Sophia Vivez on number 1, one more rep. Now to the late work for number 3, Ragtime Prankster. Work out at Finger Lakes, September 10th, 3 furlongs. Fast track in 37.40, breezing. Second race, no changes, and for that matter, no changes in races 2, 3, 4, and 5. So skip over to race 6. Race number 6, got a jockey change on number 6, Seattle Causeway to Christian Navarro on number 6, Seattle Causeway. And then got a couple scratches of number 9, Devilly, and number 10, Sabrine. Devilly and Sabrine are out of race 6. Race number 7. No changes. No, I got to have to double check that. Skip over to the 8th and final. Scratch number 2, Canary Storm. Number 2, Canary Storm is a scratch. In the 8th and final. Just double checking one other thing before passing it off to Dave. We do have a scratch in the 7th race. 7th race, scratch number 6, Dates Freedom. 7th race, scratch number 6, Dates Freedom. That is in our tote system and on Equibase's page. 7th race, scratch number 6, Dates Freedom. That's a look at the scratches and changes. Want to tell you, in a week's time, we got a big day of racing here at Finger Lakes. Quadruple stakes action, $100,000 Lady Finger Stakes, $100,000 Aspirant Stakes, $50,000 Ontario County Stakes, and $50,000 Niagara Stakes. That's all on Monday, September 22nd here at Finger Lakes. Got about 57 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave is next. Have fun and good luck.
Well, here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, I'm Dave Mattice with my special guest as usual. Now I can just call her my co-host, Jackie Davis. Welcome again. You did Wednesday, right? Oh, it was only Tuesday you missed last week.
Yeah. I had a doctor's appointment on Tuesday.
And so we got 3 more days of racing this week. Remember, we're back to 1 o'clock every day. I know we were doing 1:15 on Wednesday. 1 o'clock every day. I think our announcer Bill Downs just mentioned next week we do have our 2-year-old and 3-year-old races. Got the Ladyfinger and Aspirant Stakes. Also, you have the 3-year-old races, the Niagara and the Ontario County. We used to run those before the New York Derby. Problem is, we were running those before with the New York Derby, and the horses weren't going in the New York Derby. So now we're just running them later, and it's a good time of year to have them. It's going to be a great card. We got 4 stakes races. They're drawing for that Monday card today. You won a couple of those races, didn't you?
I did. I did. I forgot which ones I won, I'll be honest.
She won so many races, she can't remember them all. But
it must be nice.
It must be nice. But yeah, all those stakes races will take place Monday. Of course, then later on in the season, we'll have the New York Breeders' Futurity, which carries a little bigger purse. But a lot of fun next week. Looking at the other day, we had I got to make sure that I got to confirm this, because the last time I said that we resurfaced the track, they ended up not doing it. So as far as I know, we did resurface the racetrack this week.
I can attest to that because I saw them.
Okay. We'll call it a refresh. It wasn't a full resurface, I guess is what we're supposed to call it.
I'm not sure what they do, but it changes.
Today, kind of keep an eye on it as far as how it plays, if it's a little deeper, kind of watch the times and everything. Because it has been a factor in the past. I remember years ago, we did a full resurface, and you didn't want to be on the inside if it didn't rain. Like when it rained, like we did the resurface on Wednesdays and Thursdays back then, and if it didn't rain by the weekend, all the jockeys were out in the middle of the racetrack.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Until we got that to pack down. But I mean, they do a good job here, and won't be like that today, but it could factor in how these horses like it or dislike it. Of course, you got a different kind of year as well, a little cooler weather as we go on into the fall.
And these guys didn't have a chance to even train over it, so we're not going to know anything.
We don't know anything.
Yeah.
No.
They're going to love it or hate it, I guess.
Yes, we'll find out as we go along. Maybe make your bets accordingly. Always makes it interesting. Okay, looking at today's card, we start off with an allowance race. We got 6 betting interests for this race, and I thought it was a little bit difficult. Nick Zito, who won a race the other day. He might as well run his horses here, all of them. He does better here, I think.
Maybe he'll end up bringing a string here.
Yeah, maybe. Might as well. I think it was the same connections, or same owner anyway. Got Lane Luzzy. I didn't get her jockey change on this one. Lane will come to ride this one. You got I'm Solo and In Love for leading trainer. I'm Anthony Ferraro. That one seems to play. And then you got Prince of Dance, who is coming off the maiden victory. Still an improving horse. So I thought any of the 3 in this race could win. It's just a matter of who gets the right kind of trip. Who did
I picked
like
the same thing.
You just got a little bit jumbled.
Yeah, I changed them around a little bit.
Okay.
I know the 4. It looked like he had some traffic issues. His last start. So in it's a 6-horse field. He shouldn't have too many issues.
Right.
And I like he ran the mile in March, and he win it. And I like the numbers there. I know it was in Oaklawn, but it should translate. Well, he didn't win. He got disqualified. Sorry.
Okay, but he did.
But he did technically win it.
He
won. Yeah.
When they crossed the wire first, and I was going to make that point about the 6 too. I'm Solo in Love, that this horse never actually won.
Yep.
And I think sometimes that plays a factor in as far as getting to the wire first. There's some horses that just don't have the nose for the wire. You know that.
Oh yeah, it's very aggravating.
I'm sure it is. I think it was Christy Atwood had the most fun horse I've ever seen.
Oh no.
Loopy de Loop. I don't know. Were you here yet when Loopy de Loop was here? It was the most hilarious horse. I mean, it probably wasn't fun for her because she wanted to win, but she was pretty good about it, good spirited about it. Loopy de Loop would even fight, dropped in class, and would find a field that the horse could beat. would open up 5 lengths in the stretch, knew exactly where that wire was, and would just pick up his feet, and then somebody would get right to the wire. It was.
That's the worst. I did. But the 2-horse days never run on a dry track. I noticed that.
Has run better. Looks like he runs better in the slop too.
Well, we don't know.
We don't know, right? Well, that's a good point. We don't know. We don't know. Now it's got a good breeding. It's a war dancer. The dam's multiple stakes according to my stats. But you're right. We don't know. Maybe he'll run better on the faster track. I don't want to take your points away. But
no, he should. The breezes. He's got some decent breezes, so I'm sure those were over dirt tracks. I mean, like a dry track.
Right, and the thing is, when we look at the pace flow of this race, Niz is going to be telling Harkey get out there to the lead. So Jake's Orchard's going to the lead. I don't like his last race, to be honest with you, but I do think he's the speed. I don't have an excuse for him because they didn't go that fast that race.
No.
So, but that horse has been consistent in the past. But that's where your pace is coming from, and maybe Ragtime Prankster. One more guy's got to be close. So I thought Vigano might have something to run at here. Now he has been here before. He hit the board here last year. I do think these races get a little easier as we get into the 2 lifetime allowance. But that was his maiden. I think he's also improved a little bit because that second place finish against the 17.5s do translate to doing well against their allowance horses. We're seeing more and more of those horses coming out of that condition in New York and Saratoga, that 17.5 2 lifetime, and running well here in the 2 lifetime allowance. So I did lean towards that one.
Well, the 3-horse, there's another. I almost picked the 3 because I saw there was a race in Aqueduct where she ran the mile. And in Aqueduct's a 1-turn mile, so they do tend to go a lot faster. And it's strange because they go real quick, and you can go wire to wire there. And she didn't get beat. She got beat 7 lengths, and they went 41 for the mile, which 41's really common here for the mile.
Yeah, it's hard to translate for them, because we probably go a little quicker for the level of the horses than they do for their level.
Yeah.
So you kind of want to look at the numbers more than the times in that sense, especially the pace figures. But you're right. I mean, it's a different track. You're right. 1 turn versus 2 turns when you're talking about the mile, and horses run that course differently. So it's a good point. I didn't use the horse.
I didn't either.
I went 4.62. She went 2.46. So maybe we could box them or start a pick 5 of those 3.
I would recommend to box all my numbers.
I liked it. Yeah, but that race, you're right. I think any of those 3 horses you can make a strong case for. Yep. Okay, second race, a never won 3 condition, a 5,000 claimer, going 6 furlongs, and I was back and forth with a few of these, and good, we had different opinions on this one because this race is even though we're a 5 betting interest, it's a competitive race. I thought the 2 Only in My Dreams was a speed. I don't know if she's good enough. So I was going to take her on top with a tactical edge, but I don't think she's good enough off of her numbers. I do think 5-2 has a class advantage. I don't know if this is a positive drop, though, because everything says that she should win this race. When they tried her in allowance 1 state bred, and she actually ran very well against Mamba Gigi. So I don't know why they give up on her off of that race to drop her to the 5 but I'm going to bite on this one and think that she's got a little too much class for these.
Well, I saw that Linda Dixon has her now, but Linda Rice claimed her twice.
Right.
So that means she really liked her, and Dylan wrote her a bunch. Like I said, we should
Sure,
have Dylan
I got to
on
call
call.
her. Yeah.
I keep forgetting to have conversations with them.
Yeah, I think Katie rides one of the other ones later we were talking about.
Yeah, I put the 4 on top. He did win on the dirt in Colonial, and they went in 11, which they're normally faster, but the quality of horses there are usually like Saratoga or better. And excuse me. I forgot what I wrote.
She's been running on a different surface, and now.
Yeah, she's never run on the dirt since then, and that was 23. So that was a little. You can't really say it's a plus or a negative.
But she's proven that she can in the past.
She's proven that she can.
Right.
And then I put the 1 second because he's on the drop,
Yep.
and he finishes in 13 going the 6 furlongs, which that's good enough to be on the board with this bunch, in my opinion.
True.
Yeah.
And I agree with you there. I think Carol said no's got to play at least to be in the top 3. It's a tough. Again, you got 5 betting interests, but the race came up relatively tough when you got to drop down with a 3. I don't really like the 2, only in my dreams, because the numbers are a little bit soft compared to these.
Mm-hmm.
But if she can get a clear lead at 6 furlongs and control the pace, she's got a shot, and she could improve too. It's just she's been going 5.5, and sometimes when you go to 6, it's a little more difficult if she does get any kind of pressure.
Mm-hmm.
The one Carol said no. Those are the 3 that I liked. You do make a strong case for ace up the sleeve.
Not personally.
Yeah, certain people you don't want to play poker with here. And Jessica's race, I don't know if she's going to get the pace, but certainly off her last race, you can use her in the number. So I thought if for a 5 betting interest race, it is a pretty good bet. And it's good that we got different numbers in this race too. So, almost completely.
Almost.
But
Yeah, you could make it another race. You could make a case for almost any of them, and it's such a small field. Sometimes I found it. You get in more trouble the smaller the field is than the bigger.
I've noticed that here, and the thing is, you don't get that true pace that you're expecting with the shorter fields. I mean, we've had some 4-horse fields where the longest shot on the board is won.
Yeah.
That happened a few times this year.
God forbid you get stuck in the pocket in a 4-horse field.
There you go.
That's.
So you got to ride differently when you're seeing the smaller field compared to the bigger field as far as, and you know who the other pace horses are, so it kind of changes your mentality going in.
Yeah, and everybody else is doing the same thing.
That's true. That's why you get the big long shots at the end. But that happens, so it doesn't matter the size of the field. Well, geez, somebody will say to me, "What? You can't pick a 4-horse field?" Geez, sometimes those are the races that are the toughest to handicap. Third race is a 5.5 furlong race. We got the pick 3 and pick 4 starting in here. Now this one I didn't think was that tough. I thought Coin Jar was going to be tough. I really do. And Sharp Has is going to be pressing, and Happy instead looks like a filler out of condition. So I think we're not going out on a limb when we got the 3 horses that we got of the 5. And Coin Jar, I just think this horse ran lights out last time. Maybe one of the best races Coin Jar's ever run. And the fact that he's not that badly beaten, right in the mix right there with Bustin' Away and those horses, Hey Harry, who's been running big numbers all year, those are just simply better horses, a better race that Coin Jar comes out of. He's the inside speed. Sharp Has is not going to let him go. He's going to get pressed. But off of the last race, I do think Coin Jar is better than these.
I agree.
You do agree?
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and he might be a horse that's getting better, and because I think that's the best race he's run here at Finger Lakes, to be honest. And he's coming off that race, and I think this race came up a little easier, where you get Doc Advantage, who's been running in the 2 State Bred, running competitively. I got him second. Starship Tango's kind of the question mark horse in here. He won the 1 State Bred, looked good earlier in the year, and then maybe a little over his head. That 2 State Bred he comes out of, he didn't run that well, but he did break poorly in that race, so that might have been a factor.
Yeah, I chose the 3 second because I like that they're giving him a little break. They gave him he hasn't run since July, so they gave him a month break, probably to refresh him, and he looks like he runs good off a little break.
And he's the 4th.
And then I picked the 4, and I think the 4 is normally like this is his distance. The 4, he likes this distance. He can sit. We got the 2 speed horses inside, so he's outside. He can just sit in a stalking position, and if they stop, he's there.
Yeah, and you can narrow this field down, and I think Sharp. I mean, if Coin Jar doesn't break well and Sharp Has gets the lead, I guess you can make a case for him. But obviously, Ferraro puts Happy instead to help the race for Starship Tango, which is a positive sign for Starship Tango for the owner. So
I wasn't going to say that.
No, I know. I usually don't either, but I think it's pretty plain to say.
And, the only thing that makes me nervous about Coin Jar is being the 1 hole, he has to press to get the lead. and it looks like his best races are when he's on the lead alone.
Yeah.
And
But I mean, I just love the last race for Cole.
oh my God, it was gorgeous, and he got pinched, didn't he, that race? No, that was another race.
No, but he didn't break all that sharp, and
No.
he, like I say, he didn't get the early lead, and the fact that he still hung around.
But
and he didn't lose by much. He lost by less than a length to busting away.
What's
the odds on busting away in this race? I gotta look at it.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah, what's great is he's got the speed and he's got momentum to keep the pace. That's what I like.
Yep, so at least we agree on the top one there. Now this race was a lot tougher. Now,
Yes,
and again, we got that distance of a mile,
we did.
and numbers wise, they're pretty evenly matched, as we talked about. We kind of watched a couple of replays earlier with Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me, whatever you do. I just looking from a pace standpoint, and there's a big question mark with pace. I don't love Kings and Queens off the maiden win. I don't think the horse beat much in that race. But if he gets the lead on Not for Nothing, do I say that? Not for Nothing. I gotta say it like an Italian, because I am Italian. Not for Nothing.
Yeah.
Kings and Queens should get the lead, and going a mile, it's a good. If he get clear by the turn, and get the lead and be able to control the pace, I think it's going to be tough. Now that's the question of what Not for Nothing does have some tactical speed that he can make it a little tougher. But I just thought from a tactical standpoint, Kings and Queens might have a good shot to go gate to wire here.
I agree. I think they're gonna. When I handicap it, I feel like he's gonna be the true speed of the race.
Sure.
I think he's gonna be able to go the same fractions as he did last race. Not for nothing, he could push with him, but
He's not as fast.
But also Kings and Queens, he finished second, sitting off the pace going long.
Yeah.
Before, so it's not like he necessarily has to shoot out there and fight for the lead. If somebody else wants to go, he can let them go in that position.
I hope he does, because that's the reason I like him, though, is because.
Oh yeah, no, he's going to be on the lead.
Yeah, I don't
sure.
think Not for Nothing has as much natural speed as Kings and Queens, and you don't see Not for Nothing sending the lead at a mile where Kings and Queens got the natural speed like last time. And those are decent fractions. Those are actually good fractions that he did.
Yeah.
To win. Granted, it's not as tough a field that he beat, but I think going a mile, shortening up, if with a tactical edge, I'm going to give him the slight edge. And I do think there's a couple horses in here that have better numbers. Indy Rags is an interesting one at 5-1 morning line. Look at the breeding on that one. You got Union Rags and AP Indy. Probably wants to go more than a mile. It has. But
he win the mile and eighth.
It's Kentucky bred, and this horse coming off the best last number of anybody in this field, but it just depends on how does that translate here to Finger Lakes. He's only had 3 starts, still a 3-year-old. They're spreading out the starts, but I do.
He probably has no idea what he likes or doesn't like because he's been at 3 different racetracks that he'd have to ship to.
Yeah, so I don't know. He's a question mark here.
Yeah, I think he could, if he closes strong, he could do it, but he's only like three starts. He probably still doesn't know what he's doing entirely, and he's a colt. So, but there's no, obviously off that last race, there's no reason to geld him.
Yeah, it's a lot of days I don't know what I'm doing, but
and then
but you're right. It's really good breeding, so they haven't gelded him.
Why wouldn't you like keep him a colt if he's well behaved? Obviously, I don't know him, so. And then like we watched the replay of the 4, the Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me, and at the going to the 3/8 pole quarter, the 5/16 pole quarter pole, she got in a little traffic issue, and then the last 16, 70 yards, she was trying to make up ground again. So there's possibility there, and like we talked about burn notice. I say he's been running consistent. There's no reason he shouldn't be on the board, if not win it.
Right, I agree, and I pretty much see it the same way. It's the only. I wanted to use Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill You, and I watched it. It's good to have a jockey co-host because I was asking her about what was going on there, and I mean we watched the head on everything, and the hole was there, and then it kind of wasn't there after a while, and Jeremiah did do a good job keeping him, pushing and keeping him up in there, and
without trying to check at the same time. But he had no choice at that point.
And Burn Notice just kind of got the smoother trip. I mean, he had a little wider trip, but he did have some more kick at the end. That's the only reason I would lean towards that one over. But again, Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me. His other race, we were talking about how a little bit erratic he was. In the previous victory. At least he did get an inside trip, but yeah, that's another one to consider in here. I don't know with the pace. This is going to be an interesting race with the pace flow where it looks like Kings and Queens could be the speed. Not for nothing, might be able to sit a nice trip right off of them.
Yeah.
So there's another chance there. And you got a new surface. Well, not a new surface, but a different
That's the next one.
a surface that could be playing a little differently because we did refresh. At least that's what I was told. I have to cover myself on that one.
No, I saw the dump trucks on the track
I
on
get-
Thursday.
You know, it was funny because it was earlier in the month, and we were scheduled to do the refresh. So I didn't get any confirmation either way. I just gave, oh yeah, they refreshed the track because they told me before. Nobody told me that they did, so I went out and I left the show like, oh god. And everybody's ripping me. Hey, we didn't refresh the track. Happens.
It's okay. We all make mistakes.
Well, at least I got another person to check me now. Got Jackie here.
I might not be the best reference. I try.
All right, fifth race, 11 to 9 goes 5.5 furlongs. And another one that we were watching a replay on was the 8 Lady Banker. You used her in the top 3. I ended up using her on top. But it all depends on the pacer. I thought for 5.5 furlongs, again, we'll see how this racetrack's playing. You might know by the 5th race or get a feel for it. If you can close it, and always talked about it's a little more difficult to close too many lengths at 5.5 furlongs than at 3/4 here.
It can be done.
It can be done, especially if you go 22 flat here.
Yeah, and they're gonna go fast.
They should.
I feel like they'll go quick this race.
You would think because you got Miss C Banker, Zen Lu didn't break last time. She should show speed, and so should Value Dreamer. So you should get an honest pace at least.
And then the one horse, Honey in the Bank, will show some speed. The
Probably.
two looks like they're gonna try to send.
Probably.
Looks like they need to be. Both of them look like a clear trip is what they like.
And then we talked about that too. What's interesting here at Finger Lakes is when we go 5.5 and 6 furlongs, it seems like we're getting these conditional 5,000 and 11 to 9 claimers like this one. At 5.5, we're getting more front speed types. And then when we do the 6 furlongs for the similar conditions, you don't have as much speed in there.
It's crazy.
Because I think, and it makes sense because trainers want to put their horses in a race where it's a little shorter. You got a little bit more natural speed.
But then as a rider, when we see the 5.5 versus the 6, we know we can go a little quicker the first part. So
Good point.
it puts a little relax on us.
That's an excellent point too. But in this sense, I mean, I'm looking at Zen Lu. I used that horse in the top 3. She lost all chance at the start last time, so you could draw a line through that race. She stumbled. But that 6 furlongs as you shorten it up, and that's usually an angle I like here. Is when you're showing speed at 3/4 and go quick fractions like Zen Lu did. She went 22 the race before, and now you're going 5.5 furlongs. You got to figure she's got to run well. Problem is, she's not going to be alone.
That's why I didn't pick her.
But of the speed, that's the one that I liked of all the speed. But I do got closers 1 too. So I don't know if you saw Summer. I mean, playing with dolls. Obviously, I thought plays. She hit the board again, or she was running competitively against allowance horses, and then she hit the board last time against the 11 and 9s. She might get the perfect trip here.
That's why I put her on top, and she ran the big second on there
Right.
for the 5.5. She ran a big second for 5.5. Where did I see it? Right there. And in the beginning of the meet, I like it. I like the way she ran last time too. I think they're gonna go quick, and I think she might be able to make up the ground. To be honest.
And it was a good horse that beat her.
Yeah.
It was a good horse that beat her last time. And I like her chances too. And all right, you got similar horses. You did add the. Okay.
I threw the 6 in because she's got speed, but she can rate. So she can basically put herself anywhere as long as she's clear. It looks like.
Right.
And I chose the 8, runs even. If they just.
Yeah, I don't know what she's going to do from a
think-
tactic standpoint because she has some natural speed too.
Exactly.
So she wants to sit close. And when we watched the race, I mean, she stumbled to the start and then had to check early in the race.
I saw.
And that was a big factor in how she finished. I thought she ran strong. You kind of a horse you wish you saw that she learned to rate or something at some point.
Well, that looked like the first time they tried to rate her because they were taking it from the break.
Right.
Also, oh shoot.
Well, with Missy Banker, you talking about?
No, I'm talking about Lady Banker.
Oh, Lady Banker.
Yeah,
You got too many bankers.
I
in the
know.
race.
There's so many horses to look at. Remember, I'm still
Well, when you
concussed.
win, well, no,
I'm
when
trying
you
to
win,
remember everything.
well, when you win, you want to go to the
Yeah.
bankers.
Well, I like the way I kind of liked that last race, even though she stumbled a little bit. Like it was not necessarily she needs the lead. I think she's gonna run. I do think she'll run better this next time.
So as a jockey, you want to keep her in the clear, though, right? And because there is so much speed inside of you, at least you want to keep her in the clear, and then you're not having to check in that race.
Yeah, I would like to be outside stalking with this horse.
Right.
I'd like to be sitting off the pace, comfortable, and letting them do all the dirty work. That's what I'd like. I wouldn't. If he's aggressive, run out there, he's going to be right in the mix with everybody.
Right.
And he'll probably fade.
And you don't want to be too far back either, because she hasn't proven she could pass horses. So
exactly.
So there you got. There's the problem with Lady Banker. I like her at 5-1 though, and obviously playing with dolls you got to use on the ticket. But again, Zen Lu, I thought might be the speed of the speed. Sometimes we say that because of the fractions that they did the race before for 3/4. I think she's going to be quick going 5.5.
I think
But she's also a good chance to stop because she's not going to.
Well, because the Toku's going to be going with her. The inside horses. The inside horses are not nearly fast enough to go with her. World Bank could go to the lead with her though, as fast as she is.
But I wouldn't be surprised if we get a speed favored track. A horse like Zen Lu.
Yeah, that horse could go wire to wire easy.
Right.
I threw the 3 in there because if you throw out the Saratoga races, she wasn't running bad for the maiden special weight here.
No, her numbers are okay.
Yeah.
Her numbers certainly play.
It's like she wasn't a fan of the Saratoga sloppy track.
There's a good long shot to throw in there to make the number and make a good pick 5 if she wins.
Ooh.
Scratch the 9, Devilly, and the 10, Sabrine. I'll let you go first this one. How did you see it?
Okay.
I
picked the 5 on top. That Legion's Legacy. It's 100% in the money. She's 4. She had 4 starts at this distance. I mean, 100% in this distance.
At the distance in the money.
At the distance in the money. She had 4 starts, 2 wins, 2 seconds. The speed horses should set up the distance for him. That's what I think for her.
Yeah, should be able to get a good trip and run at them, right?
That's what I'm thinking. And then I really like the 4 horse, which is Sweet DeSantis. I like the way she makes up massive ground her last 2 races. Like she just made up ground. And it looks like she really likes this distance too as well. And I threw the 7 in there. It got squeezed pretty hard last time in the stretch. That's the horse I mistaked for the last race. And I think with an outside trip, I think he could get the trip and he could get the right trip. It should help.
Right.
And Seattle's Causeway. That one, I like that one. It spiked my interest. Like I said, a lot of horses that run on the poly track tend to like our surface. And he did run on the dirt in Tampa at this what's it, a mile and a 16th, I like that mile and a 16th race he had on the front end.
Ran very well.
Yeah, right. I thought it's and at that level, that's the claiming 62.50 in Tampa. That translates, in my opinion, would translate to the 5,000.
Yeah, it actually might be a little tougher. It depends on, and I noticed that they were running for 5,000 a few starts this year, and then they hadn't done that in the past. And those 5,000s weren't really any better than our 5s. Normally, the Tampa races are a lot tougher than here.
And their surface is a lot deeper than ours.
Yeah, it's a lot different.
A beach, yeah. And then, I love Leo Band's one of my favorites. I wrote a lot of them here. He was on the lead last time. They went kind of slow, 51. I think coming from the 1 hole, I think it might be a little difficult to recreate that trip again.
Yeah, and of course, coming off the cliff, they're very good though. I saw Marissa Monserrat. Every time I don't pick her, she does well. So she does very well. I mean, I may underestimate some of her horses. That's how good
the last couple times I picked them, they didn't. The last horse I picked theirs didn't run, so maybe I'll give her luck for not picking
But they always seem to beat me, the one of the horses that I got. No, I guess Sweet DeSantis. I'm always concerned with this horse because a lot of times she just doesn't quite get there. She makes that big late move, and she just doesn't get there. But then when she faces the inferior 5,000, she does, and that's what she's doing. She's dropping down, facing the 5,000. I think the last time she ran against 5,000 claimers, that's not in the program in the form, she won,
Yep.
and
I saw that. That's
and you
another reason.
see, and it's just the competition more than anything, and it's not like she's not as good as the better competition that she's running at. It's just she's not getting there. I
Yeah.
mean, she puts in that late move, and then she kind of flattens out a little bit when she does. She makes an early move against the 5000s, she wins, and I think she's gonna do just that here, because she's got a couple races this year that would just simply beat these.
Yeah.
The sprint that she ran wasn't terrible, and off the layoff, talking about, she ran a good third, and if you watch it, she overcame a little bit in that, and that's not her best distance. And then when she did stretch out, I think she ran well, and she had a bad start in the first time she stretched out. I think she's just better than these 5,000 claimers today. I see your point with Seattle Causeway. She's run against better at Tampa, and you've been making the point, and it's a good point. They go, not the ones that are just bred for the surface, but the ones that go to the surface and then come back or come to the
It's
dirt after the
wild.
surface. They seem
It's
to do
wild.
well. They seem to do well.
I don't know why, but it's a fact I found riding with
We don't
those
want
kind
them.
of horses.
We don't want them to leave here to go there.
No,
though,
God,
so-
no. He looks like he looks like he didn't really like it that much, anyways.
But love thyself's a strong player. Like you said, you mentioned the excuse last time. That was the first
That's why he
time.
got pinched hard.
That was the first time they claimed the horse, and then they tried the blinkers last time. So I don't know if that worked or not, because I like the fact that they tried stretching her out, because there is some route in there, and she did have the trouble. I thought she might have hung a little bit though too. Though I don't know. Mind of Gold might have just been better. I don't know, but at least she got the route experience. Maybe she improves off of that race
She
too.
should.
Yeah, she
That's
should.
that's a reason maybe to either. It looks like she ran great with the blinkers. We see they don't tell us what kind of blinkers they are, so. If you
We
hung
don't
a
want to
little-
give too much information out there, Jackie.
Well, if she
we don't
hung
know.
a little bit, sometimes you cut them back a little bit to where they still have the focus, but can still
Right.
see the horses to compete with them.
Well,
Yeah.
we want to put too much work. We say, well, we got this blinkers, that blinker, then you got the.
Well, as a rider, I like to know.
I know,
As a
but-
rider, I pay
but-
attention to those things.
But that's the thing, as a handicapper too, you look for that, and I'll ask the trainer sometimes, say, you used blinkers last time, so, did you use cheaters this time? Did you change the blinkers? What did you do with that race? Or you do your homework and that's the advantage of being here live. Maybe you look at them in the paddock and what the hood that they're putting on the horse or what equipment they're using. Sometimes it gives you a little bit of an advantage as a handicapper and as a bettor, just doing that little extra homework.
Well, what's funny is sometimes there's instances where it's a matter of just changing the bit, changes their whole everything. Like there's a bunch of times I've had horses that had ring bits or very what are considered stronger bits, and I tell them just put a snaffle in their mouth, which is the lightest bit you can possibly use, because in the mornings are for holding them, the afternoons are for going. So.
Yes.
You're not grabbing a whole lot in the afternoon.
I'm going to get people calling me after this show. Hey, can we put some bit information in the program? I'm not doing it.
That's too much research. People.
Well, no, and again, that's something that you might want to. You can ask the trainer. You kind of. I mean, I get the information from our great racing officials that we have here, but and the trainers will do that. You got a horse that bears out on the turn. I mean, you got sometimes the change of the bit certainly helps.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Oh, when I first started talking about flipping halters,
First
that's the
time I
most
ever-
attention I've ever gotten as a handicapper. When I first started here, started talking about flipping halters.
That was only a myth before I came here, and then I've ridden in them, and I'm not against them. I'll be honest.
No,
I'm not against
I've
them.
heard a lot of people talk good about them.
I'm very comfortable in the gate by myself, so they leave you alone in there with the equipment, and I'm pro.
We give a lot of information here at the Dave and Jackie show. We don't want to give too much though, because then they
No, I
get people
can't tell
calling.
I'm not going to tell all my secrets. There's a lot of them in there.
Yeah, let's see. You're just making it worse, aren't you? Just making it worse. Seventh
All right,
race, scratch
okay.
the 6, dates freedom. And as we talked about, it's really tough to go against Dynamite Karma.
Yep.
I like this Leandro Barbin. I mean, he sends the horse here to win. I think you look at the record. I think the one horse that he lost with was that Henry III. Dropped him in class, didn't get a great trip, and then Rachel Sells claimed the horse, moved it up, and won the next race anyway for him. So,
Well, that was incredible.
so
And that was a really interesting race too that it won.
yeah,
Yeah, they were. It was in and out of traffic, just looking for a spot, and cleared it just in time for the win.
But he had one other horse that won. That's why he's 5 for 6. But he's bringing these horses in to win, and
Yeah.
Dynamite Karma's won most of them for him with the 3 wins. And going back to the race of Penn National, that's 4 wins. Beto rides the horse. I mean, they tried to team up on this horse, and it didn't work. I think that was a couple races back. Like Ferraro had 2 of them in here.
Yeah, they tried to.
Sent one of them.
Yep.
And so Beta could rate and try to make a move, and Beta wasn't as good as this horse. Beta ran great too.
Yeah.
That's how good Dynamite Karma is in this conditions, and that's what happens when you get these starters, where they run in 5,000 and then they get better. They got the starter condition because they ran in 5,000, and this is just a horse that's well spotted by the connections.
I agree. Sometimes once a horse gets that confidence, they're like us riders. You can't do anything wrong sometimes, and yeah, I couldn't find a reason not to pick that horse.
Oh, and I just noticed.
couldn't.
I also just noticed Henry the Third in this race as I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, I did. Yeah, like I said, I chose Henry the Third for 3rd, and he had what an incredible trip. If you could watch the last race, he was just looking for room, and he was in every spot, and he wasn't checking. He was just waiting for the room. It was pretty impressive, I gotta say.
So he overcame a lot.
He
in
did.
that
He
race,
overcame a lot, and then I threw Beta in there. I think from the outside, he should get a great stalking position.
Right. No, I agree with that.
Yeah.
I think the horse, after you get past Dynamite Karma, then it comes down to who's going to get in the trip. I mean, Allure of Money is the New York Derby winner here at Finger Lakes.
Yeah.
So you know he's got some back class. Fort Charles been running great for Morales, but I took a long shot for 2nd, Golden Rain. He's coming off the turf. I mean, he's tried different surfaces, but he's ran okay here. He didn't run that well last time against Dynamite Karma, but I think he's also was chasing a little bit too that race. I think if this horse is a little more patient today, sits just off of the pace and makes the one run at 1.16 could be a good long shot to be in the top 3. I know a lot of times there's a big difference when you're trying to win the race against a better horse, or trying to sit back and make a run to make money. And there's a different mentality to that from the connection standpoint.
Absolutely, you think about, we all want to win, and we're all striving to win, and we're going to try to ride a winning race.
Right.
But at the same time, trainers, they want you to be if you don't win, they want you to be 2nd. They want to make money. Everybody's in the game to make money. So if you're chasing to win, you might not even hit the board.
Yeah, and
it's a hard choice to make.
And with a horse like this, he's got natural speed that he might be the closest one to Dynamite Karma early.
I was thinking that, but I was a little worried he might burn himself.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking as a long shot, maybe a little more patient, follow the leader.
It's not a bad idea.
Allure of Money's going to be inside you with a little speed, but I think Dynamite Karma could get the lead.
Allure, she shows speed when they go long.
Right, and he does. He has natural speed. If somebody goes to the lead with Dynamite Karma, let it be Allure of Money, and sit 3rd and stalk and run 2nd. So that's why I'm trying for a little bit of a price for 2nd. But what Dynamite Karma's done, unless he regresses off of those races, really tough to go against.
Now, if it was only that easy, they did what we said.
But they always regret. That's why you get favorites getting beat. It's hard for even a good horse to just keep running that same number in the same. Well, it's like as
people, they have good days, bad days. Sometimes they just wake up and they say, I don't want to do it today. And as a rider, that's really hard to come back and translate to the trainer sometimes.
So there's a lot of days I just don't want to do that of anything.
I'm telling you, I have those days as well.
All right, we scratched the 2, Canary Storm, out of the last, and different numbers.
We're twinsies again.
Okay, yeah, we're around them. We're around it.
Pretty close.
We're right. Or twins. I gotta get you to wear one of these hats.
Oh yeah, I got a lot of hats at home. I need to start
going
with the tradition.
I don't know. Or maybe just because I'm losing my hair, I'm like wearing the hat. But Giant at Work. I like this one a little better. I don't know. You got to be careful about a horse that keeps getting 2nd, and he did burn some money getting 2nd last time. But off of the number at the 1.16 and now shortening up, he's going to have some punch here. You got the speed. His stablemate should help him because he's going to be the one to be out there. everybody could chase a stablemate, and then he can make the run. And yeah, I agree with you as the other horse being the 6, Phone Call to Heaven. Don't know how good this horse is. His first time going a mile.
That's so. What my thinking was on picking the 6 was, okay, Mike Maselli's the trainer. I have ridden for Mike. He's a great guy. My thinking is if they didn't think this horse could be competitive in this spot, they would have put him in a claiming race.
That's a good point. Excellent point.
Obviously my sister rode him and got a little run out of her. She looks like an even runner. She's they're breezing. The breezing is like the last breeze. She got the Bullet 102 in Belmont, and then 103. I'm thinking there's a reason they're stretching her out, and I didn't want to miss out on it.
Yeah, and I agree. I mean, I think that's the most dangerous horse to Giant at Work. And again, Giant at Work, and she's had chances. So
I wrote 2 seconds, and she could get there. She could not get there. They've had a couple different riders on her.
But I think the races are better. I mean, you got Yankee Doodle, who actually came back and won an allowance race I think it was last week, off of that race. So that just shows, and she's barely beaten by Yankee Doodle. That race obviously is good enough to beat these. And then last time, Immigration Law kind of took off and got first run on everybody. And I think the pace flow kind of was the advantage of Immigration Law. She might have been a better horse than Giant at Work too, but I like the numbers. She comes out of better maiden races. You can tell you just look at the buyer figures, and they are better. Their times are better. And I guess the only question mark is what Jackie says. Her horse that she picked on top, Phone Calls from Heaven, very well bred. She could be the biggest danger. So yeah, would you call us twinsies?
Yeah, twinsies.
I don't think I've ever used that word.
We say it's a girl thing, I guess.
All right. Well, we can be the same in the last. Maybe we use both the 4 and the 6 in our pick 5s and pick 4s. How's that?
Okay.
All right. Enjoy today's card. Hopefully everybody wins some money. That's our picks for today. Always a pleasure having Jackie Davis on. Going to be on again tomorrow?
Yes, I'm having a great time doing this.
So I love to have you on. So tomorrow we'll be on about noon, the usual post time at 1 o'clock. So we'll see you then.
Horses coming on the track. First race here at Finger Lakes. Leading the post parade, number 1, One More Rep, with the jockey change to Sofia Vives. Number 2 is Prince of Dance and Andre Worry. Number 3, Ragtime Prankster, Rafael Rojena Jr. Number 4, Vagano and Lane Leslie. Number 5, Jake's Orchard, Edmund Harkey. And number 6, I'm Solo and in Love, with Joel Cruz. Track is fast. First race in approximately 4 minutes. Approach the gate. Horses loading up for the first race from Finger Lakes. One out. They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Good start for Jake's Orchard, who edges out for the lead. Prince of Dance up the inside in second. I'm Solo in Love will be widest around that first turn. Ragtime Prankster is in between runners up into third as Prince of Dance got off the inside to challenge for the lead, a length and a half off the pace, now in third. Fourth place is Vegano, and then it's I'm Solo in Love, shuffled fifth, and 4 lengths to one more rep in the sixth and trailing position as they transition to the backstretch. Jake's Orchard has the lead. Ragtime Prankster in a hurry on the outside, and Ragtime Prankster gets the lead as they have about 5 furlongs to go. Jake's Orchard races in second, and then a space of about 4 lengths to Prince of Dance to the outside of Vegano, third and fourth. I'm Solo and in Love, 3 wide fifth, 4.5 off the lead, and a space of 6 lengths to the trailer. One more rep. The opening half in 49 seconds. Ragtime Prankster into the far turn has a lead by a neck over Jake's Orchard, who's ridden along to keep position. Prince of Dance looks good on the outside, and that one looms large in third, a length and a half off the lead. And then it's Vegano attempt to split rivals, only 2 lengths off the pace. I'm Solo and in Love goes wide and is wide around both turns as they turn into the home stretch. Prince of Dance is homeward bound, has the lead by a length. I'm Solo and in Love on the outside. Vegano in the yellow cap of the 2-path is now up into second, and Vegano's going to attempt to run down Prince of Dance. Prince of Dance, Vegano, and I'm Solo and in Love. It's Vegano victorious. Head bobber for second. I'm Solo and in Love and Prince of Dance, and then it was one more rep in fourth. Number 4, Vegano first, photo for second. Vagano back to the winner's circle. Kentucky bred, 6-year-old dark brown gelding by Honor Code out of Stomping. Mosa Rosa, the owner. Nick Zito, the trainer. Lane Leslie, the winning jockey. Sun Valley Farm and Will Farish bred Vagano. Number 6, I'm Solo in a Love, got second over the 2, Prince of Dance, 4-6-2-1 in race 1. $5.30 the winning mutual. Exactly $19.98, 50-cent try, $14.29, dime super, $9.15. Second race, Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering, post time in 19 minutes.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 2. Is Nick Zito. He's had a couple wins over the last couple weeks. Lane Leslie aboard Vigano, who won the first race. Vergano. I don't know if I'm saying that one correctly, but that was the winner either way. Never won 3 claimer, goes 6 furlongs. And, look at the board. It's pretty evenly matched event. You do get some early play on the 4, Ace Up Her Sleeve. She has won on the dirt before. She drops today after running at Presque Isle on the artificial surface there. She was on the Tapeta at Gulfstream. There are some question marks for Ace Up Her Sleeve. She's not the only drop down in here. Pretty well-bred horse by dialed in. She's out of a dam by Broken Vow. And she does have a work here over the track. So one of a few you can make a case where she's the one getting the early play. I did go with the 3-5-2 because she takes the most significant drop. She was running against the 17.5s at Saratoga. She was claimed for that price and only had 1 star here against the 1 State Breds. Well, she didn't break all that sharp, and then they were all chasing the speed of Mama Gigi. Mama Gigi simply doesn't come back. Granted, Mama Gigi was in the 1 State, wasn't the strongest of field. The rest of them, other than Mommy Joe Dreams, were basically 5,000 claimers, but she's not that far behind Mommy Joe Dreams in that sense. And Mama Gigi running in those allowance lifetimes was just better than the 1 State Breds that day. So she's got the numbers running at Saratoga that are better than most of these. So she's got to be one of the main contenders in here by honor code. The 2 only in my dreams looks to be the early speed of the race. Question is she good enough? She didn't beat much last time in that 5,002 lifetime field, but she did draw away from that group. She also won gate to wire to break her maiden against the 5s on a muddy track. The question is going to be 6 furlongs, but one thing you say about her is she does have a tactical edge here, as she does look like the speed of the race. So she's going to get play at 5-2. Question is she good enough to beat this field? Guess we'll find out. And the 1 Carol Said No takes a drop in class as well. She drops from the 11-9 to the 5. She ran second against the 11-9s. Her first race over the track at 5.5. She has hit the board again at the 3/4 like today, but those are tougher horses. You figured her get a nice trip from the rail. Big top 3 threat in today's second race. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the pick 3 starts with race 2. You have about 4 minutes to post.
Late scratch at number 4, Ace Up Her Sleeve. Number 4, Ace Up Her Sleeves, a scratch. A late scratch from this second race. Fillies and Mares coming on the track. Race 2 from Finger Lakes. Leading the post parade, number 1, Carol Said No with Emmanuel De Diego. Number 2, Only in My Dreams, and GM Rahina. Number 3, 5-2 with Luis Perez. Late scratch of the 4, and number 5 is Jessica's Race with Jeremias Flores, the jockey. Post time in just a few minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. Fillies and Mares have made their way to the gate for race number 2. Late scratch of the 4 leaves us with a field of 4. No strong favorite, though. Everyone's between 8-5 and 3-1. Only in My Dreams, one of those 8-5 into line, 5-2. The horse is 8-5. This Daughter of Honor Code. Jessica's Race to the outside. They're all on the gate, and they're off. It's 5-2 who sends out for the lead. Only in My Dreams took a couple strides to get going, but surges to the front. 5-2 outside second, then Carol Said No towards the inside third, and a space of about 3.5 lengths to Jessica's Race, who brings up the rear. Only in My Dreams up the backstretch has a lead by a half length over 5-2, who's stalking on the outside in second. Carol Said No behind the speed in third, and then 3 more lengths to Jessica's Race, who trails. First quarter mile, 23 4/5, 3 furlongs to the winning line. Only in My Dreams on top has a lead by a neck over 5-2 in second. Carol Said No charges up to the outside. Carol Said No is now a length off the lead and making her move, and then 7 lengths to the trailer, Jessica's Race, as they reach the top of the stretch. Only in My Dreams is homeward bound, has a lead by a length. Carol Said No on the outside, 5-2, tries to keep position in third, and not giving up is 5-2, 3 across the track, 16th to go. Carol Said No, 5-2. Those are the 2 that kick on with it. Carol Said No with the lead. Carol Said No with the win. Over a game, 5-2. Then it was Only in My Dreams and Jessica's Race. One, 3, 2, 5. Number 1, Carol Said No first. Once again, you are reminded there was a late scratch in the second race, so number 4, Ace Up Her Sleeve. Second race official, $5.36. The Winning Mutual on Carol said no. She comes back to the winner's circle. Kentucky Brad, 3-year-old Great Filly by Volatile out of 5-Star Factor. Ilke Cantor Macy and Sport of Kings Racing Partners, the owners. Ralph D'Alessandro, the trainer. Emmanuel De Diego, the winning jockey. George Bates, trustee, bred. Carol said no. Double, $19.58. That's the 4-1 double. Consolation double 4-4, $5.74. Exacta, $15.40. Third race, Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3, pick 4 wagering. Post time race 3 in about 18 minutes at 1:58 p.m. At a claim from race 2, number 2, Only in My Dreams, David Oyola, owner trainer.
All right, coming up on race number 3. Good finish to race 2. As Carol said, no, got a nice trip under Diego, but 5-2 started coming back on, and it was a nose that separated him at the wire. Carol said no, able to get the victory for Ralph D'Alessandro, the Barber, Emmanuel Diego, winning race number 2. As we go to the third, a 10,000 optional claimer allowance. This is for the 2 state bred condition or the optional tag. They're all in for the 2 state bred. And, you look at the board and it kind of tells the story. The 1 coin jar and the 4 Dock Advantage seem to have the best form for the 2 state breds. You got the 5 Happy Instead as more of a filler. He's out of condition. But Starship Tango kind of plays too, if you forgive the last effort, getting a little bit of a freshening. But the inside speed of Sharpaz looks to be coin jar, and just like the last race for this horse, was claimed, won the 1 state bred, kind of took advantage of a little bit lesser field, but last time you can't say that. This horse ran absolutely huge against Bustin' Away. Bustin' Away beat him by less than a length. Bustin' Away would be a heavy favorite against this group. That's an open allowance 30. This a little easier in the 2 state bred. He should be the horse to beat, and he's just a slight favorite now at 3-2. Yeah, the main threat does look to be the 4 Dock Advantage. He's run some good races of the 2 state breds. I guess the one knock on him is a lot more seconds than victory. He's got those 10 seconds with the 28 starts. But maybe that's your exacta then with these 2, with him running second, depending on how much starch coin jar gets taken out of him by Sharpaz, who looks to be the pressing speed, or if he breaks bad again and gets himself in a bad position or regresses for any reason. Well, this should be an easier spot for coin jar, but Dock Advantage is probably the biggest threat. And that's how you got to look at it. Coin jar looks tough, and then you got 2 in here for 2 different stables. You got Dock Advantage and Sharpaz, and then Starship Tango and the 1 state bred Happy Instead. So those are the threats in here, but it does look like coin jar and Dock Advantage may have a little bit of an advantage on the rest of them. So this race, you got about 4 minutes to post for the event. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, the pick 3 and the pick 4 start with this race.
Horses coming on the track for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. There's the 1 coin jar with Jose Baez. Number 2, Sharp As and Emmanuel De Diego. There's the 3, Starship Tango and Cabercoa. Number 4 is Dock Advantage, Jeremias Flores. And number 5, Happy Instead, Luis Perez. Post time in just a few minutes. 2 minutes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Field of 5 to go 5.5. Even money number 1, Coin Jar. 2-1, number 4, Dock Advantage. Sharp As. Son of Sharp Azteca. Starship Tango going up and in. Dock Advantage. And Happy Instead to the outside. They're all in the gates. And they're off. Good start. It's Sharp As and Coin Jar. As expected, the inside two setting out for the lead. Happy Instead to the outside at Dock Advantage, third and fourth, and 2 lengths to Starship Tango, who's at the back of the pack, and Sharp As able to clear off Coin Jar. And then it's Dock Advantage to the inside of Happy Instead, third and fourth, those two about 2 off the lead, and then 4 lengths to Starship Tango trails. First quarter mile drilled in 22 2/5. They're on the turn. Sharp As, Coin Jar now to the outside second. Happy Instead outside in third. Dock Advantage shaking up in fourth, and 2 lengths to Starship Tango, who's deep on the course at the tail of the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Sharp As, Coin Jar first and second. Happy Instead is to the outside of Dock Advantage as they run down to the final furlong. It's Coin Jar who shrugs off Sharp As. Dock Advantage on the outside second, and then it's Starship Tango 16th to go. It's Coin Jar who's strong on the front end. Coin Jar, the 3-5 favorite, wins by a length and a half. Dock Advantage was second. Starship Tango third. Happy Instead fourth. 143 in a photo for fourth. Number 1 coin jar first. 5.5 furlongs, 105.74. To the winner's circle, number 1 coin jar. New York bred, 4-year-old bay gelding by Central Banker out of Mystery Mix. Peter Pop Racing owns. Dina Saul trains. Jose Baez, the winning jockey. Wendy Lee Farm, New York LLC, bred coin jar, $3.30. The winning mutual. Dime Super, $1.74. Double 1240, exacta $6.08, 50-cent try, $5.87. Fourth race from Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 5 wagering, post time race 4 in about 19 minutes at 2:27 p.m.
All right, fourth race starts the late pick 5. You look back at the third. Yeah, that's the way it looked. I mean, the coin jar just coming out of a tougher allowance, 30 drops. I think 3 to 5 is actually a good price for him. All right, fourth race says we look at this one. Yeah, competitive heat here, much more competitive than the third, which it was kind of a slam dunk race. The fourth race, though, was a little more question marks. You got the speed on the outside of Kings and Queens. Does he clear easy? Can he control the pace? Now, he didn't beat much last time, but he did it pretty handily. It wasn't anything special for the time, but and numbers-wise, there's some horses with better numbers than this one. But he does seem to have a tactical edge on these rivals as the main speed of the race, depending if a horse like Not For Nothing is more aggressive from his post, being just inside of him. But that's where I went as the main speed. But the race is legit. You got Indy Rags facing Finger Lakes competition for the first time. Comes off a good number last time. That was the best last race buyer in the field, that 66 buyer that he performed in his maiden win at Saratoga, and could improve off of that. He's very lightly raced this year as a 3-year-old. A lot of time between races, but his last race was his best race, and this could be a good spot for Indy Rags, who's right now a good price at 9-2. Might be the main threat to Kings and Queens, although you got Burn Notice, Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me coming out of the same race, and both of them ran well. Probably Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me's got the biggest excuses. He was caught behind horses, tried to go through a hole, and the hole shut off on him, so he had to check a little bit in that race. But Burn Notice actually outkicked him in the end anyway. Burn Notice looked like he ran the better race with a good second-place finish. And it was just a thing that 3-point strut got the jump on him, which he figured to do because of the pace flow. Both of them have a chance in here. You make a case for both Burn Notice and Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me coming out of that race on September 2nd. So that's a few of the contenders here for race number 4. We start the late pick 5. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double also offered.
Coming on the track for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Find a Name in Juan Diaz. Number 2, Indy Rags and Andre Worry. Number 3 is Burn Notice, Cabercoa. Number 4, Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me, Jeremias Flores. Number 5 is Not For Nuttin', Luis Perez. And number 6, Kings and Queens, with Christopher Elliott. Post time in just a few minutes. Horses begin their approach to the starting gate for race 4 from Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the gate. Race 4 from Finger Lakes. Find a name first to load up. Field of 6 to go a mile. Allowance now winners of 2, 8 to 5 on both with number 3, Burn Notice, and number 6, Kings and Queens. Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me. Next into line. Not For Nuttin'. And Kings and Queens. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Kings and Queens rushing out for the early lead. Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me. Not For Nuttin' outside second and third. Burn Notice towards the inside. A couple more lengths back to Indy Rags, who's in second last, and 2 more lengths to Find a Name, who's at the tail of the field. Kings and Queens has a lead as they circle around the first turn and transition to the backstretch. Not For Nuttin' challenging on the outside in second. Then a length and a half back to Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me, who races in third to the outside of Burn Notice and those blue blinkers towards the inside fourth. 2 lengths off the lead and a space of about 6 lengths to Indy Rags in second last, and 2 more lengths to Find a Name, who trails as they race the half-mile pull. Kings and Queens, pressure from Not For Nuttin' in second. Burn Notice up the inside, really nowhere to go right now, and is to the inside of Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me. And then a margin of 6 lengths to the trailers, Indy Rags and Find a Name. 3 furlongs from the winning line. Kings and Queens has led every step of the way. Not For Nuttin' still poised to go on the outside second. Burn Notice has been behind horses, might try and squeeze through at the fence. Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me's outside of him, and then it's Find a Name in fifth as they reach the top of the stretch. Kings and Queens, Burn Notice sees the light of day, and then it's Not For Nuttin' outside in third. As they run down to the final furlong, Kings and Queens makes a dash for home, has a lead by 2. Burn Notice is now a clear-cut second and trying to nail Kings and Queens in the shadow of the wire. Kings and Queens, Burn Notice, photo finish. Burn Notice tried to wear down Kings and Queens. Was it enough? In the fourth from Finger Lakes. Time for the mile, 141.45. Close photo finish, race 4. Number 3, Bird Notice first. Second, number 6, Kings and Queens. Third, number 5, Not For Nuttin'. And fourth, number 4, Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me. 3654 in race 4 from Finger Lakes. The winner's circle, number 3, Bird Notice. Kentucky bred, 3-year-old chestnut gelding by Tonalist out of Mrs. Scott Rocks. Barry Schwartz is the owner, Michael Ferrero the trainer, and Caber Coa the winning jockey. Lee McMillan, Bill Thompson, and Addison Thompson bred Bird Notice. $7.72 the winning mutual. Daily double, $12.10. Exacta, $18 even. 50-cent trifecta, $15.70. Dime super, $7.76. 50-cent pick 3, $11.16. Fifth race, Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double. Late pick 4 wagering. Post time in 21 minutes at 2:58 p.m. Just been given word of a late scratch in this 5th race. Scratch number 6, Miss C. Banker. Miss C. Banker is a late scratch from this 5th race. Scratch number 6, Miss C. Banker.
All right, fifth race upcoming, and looking back at the fourth, good finish. I couldn't call it. It was Burn Notice able to just get up to catch Kings and Queens in the stretch. Cabercoa for Michael S. Ferraro. Fifth race, 11-9 Claimer, never won 2 condition, going 5.5 furlongs. Scratch the 6, Miss C Banker. And you can make a case for a few of them in here. Actually, Miss C Banker was one of them that played. But that one is a late scratch in here. Look at a horse that's going to be a little bit of a price. Right now, the horse is 9-1. Lower profile connections, and maybe that's why the horse is a price. But if you watch the last race for Lady Banker, you could make a case for her today. She got too much mixed up in the pace the race before with Zen Lu. But if she can be patient here and get a nice stalking trip, she could be tough. You watch her last time. She did stumble at the start. I don't know how much that affected her, but she had a rough trip from there. And as she was checking down the backstretch, she lost some ground and then had some run late, but Cajun had already got the jump on her. So I think Lady Banker's got a big chance in here at a price, and she's at odds of 9-1 off of that last race. Playing with Dolls, very logical. She should be able to sit a trip in here. I don't know what's going on. This is just early odds because this horse is 6-1. You would think that she might be the favorite in this race. But off the second place finish behind a horse that would easily beat this field. She had run third against allowance horses. Goody's Girl got the jump on the field at 5.5. She's back going 5.5 today, and she's a very logical horse. Especially if the pace flow goes the way it looks like on paper, she's got to be a strong contender. I wouldn't expect her to go off 6-1. It's just look at where the early money is going. Nobody's really getting bet in here. A couple 7-2 shots. You got Zen Lu, who figures, and Party at the Post, whose numbers are off the turf, but her last race here wasn't terrible. I guess she's a good underneath horse, but Zen Lu would be more of a horse that I thought may battle for playing with Dolls for favoritism just off recent races. You could draw a line through the last race for Zen Lu, as the horse did stumble, was off bad, lost a lot of ground, then tried rushing up and faded. So she lost all chance. She shortens up today to 5.5. Does have other speed to contend with, though, but I could see this horse getting play and being one of the favorites in here. As if she can out-duel the other speed or get the lead from the other speed, she could just simply go all the way at this shorter distance. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and the late pick 4 starts with a fifth. You got 6 minutes to post. Again, we got a late scratch of the 6, Miss C Banker.
Coming on the track, race 5 from Finger Lakes. There's the 1 Honey in the Bank with John Barrios. Number 2 is Value Dreamer and Sofia Vivez. Number 3, Party at the Post and Jeremias Flores. Number 4, Playing with Dolls and Luis Perez. Number 5, World Bank, Joel Cruz. Late scratch the 6, Miss C Banker. Number 7 is Zen Lu, Emmanuel de Diego. Number 8 is Lady Banker, Christian Navarro. Number 9 is Toku and Nasario Alvarado. And number 10 is Princess Cairo and Andre Worry. Post time in approximately 4 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the gate. Fillies and Mares have arrived at the gate, race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Field of 9 fillies and mares going 5 1/2 furlongs. 9 to 5 on number 4, Playing with Dolls. Playing with Dolls going up and in. Princess Cairo to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off, checking after the start, Toku. It's Zen Lu who's edging out for the lead, as it's Lady Bankers on the outside. And then it's Value Dreamer at the fence, now losing third to Princess Cairo, deep on the course. Honey in the Bank able to probe through at the fence up into a joint third. And then in mid-pack, that's World Bank, who's about 5 lengths off the lead. 2 lengths to Party at the Post to the inside of Toku, and then 7 lengths to the trailer, Playing with Dolls at the tail of the field. On the turn, Zen Lu has the lead by just about a length. Lady Banker prompting outside second. Princess Cairo 3 deep in third, and then it's Honey in the Bank towards the inside fourth. World Bank wide in fifth, then Toku is in about the 7 path turning for home. Playing with Dolls is out of last, one from the outside, but still about 9 lengths off the lead. Zen Lu is homeward bound, has the lead by a length and a half. Princess Cairo, white blinkers outside second, and then in third, that's Lady Banker, as they got a 16th of a mile left to travel. A struggle between Zen Lu and Princess Cairo. Princess Cairo, Zen Lu. Princess Cairo defeats Zen Lu. Then it was Lady Banker, Photo for fourth, World Bank, or Playing with Dolls. 10785, number 10, Princess Cairo first. 5 1/2 furlongs, 106.07. Princess Cairo pays $27.06 to win. Pick 5, 5 of 5, $933.72. Princess Cairo, official winner of race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Princess Cairo, Kentucky bred. Five-year-old bay mare by Cairo Prince out of Seda. Owned and bred by Roll the Dice Thoroughbreds. Chris Engelhart is the trainer. And Andre Worry, the winning jockey aboard Princess Cairo. Upset winner in race number 5. $50 trifecta, $136.54. Double, $94.24. Consolation double, $7.32. Exacta, $118.48. Super, $126.77. 1-3-10 pick 3, $54.95. 1-3-6 pick 3. Consolation pick 3, $3.04. Race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Scratch number 9, Devilly, and number 10, Sabrine. Put Christian Navarro and number 6, Seattle Causeway. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time for race number 6 in about 19 minutes at 3:27 p.m.
All right, got about 8 minutes to post for race number 6, and good finish to the 5th, and that was a Chris Engelhardt trainee. That was a big price in there. Of course, didn't have very good dirt form. Maybe the resurface of the racetrack maybe felt a little more like artificial surface, because Princess Cairo ran her best dirt race in that race. So she was able to finish strong and get to Zen Lu and outbattle that one late under Andre Worry. Big price on Princess Cairo. And I guess other than the connections, you can understand it because never had performed on the dirt before. But today, ran extremely well. All right, 6th race, 5,000 claimer, non-winners of a race since a date, or never won 4 races. Look at some of the contenders in here. Sweet DeSantis, probably at the mercy at the pace a little bit here. She does make that late move and ends up at least hit the board the last couple against a little bit tougher than these, the starter allowance and the one state bred. So she gets a little class relief, dropping down to 5,000. It's just a matter of passing horses and getting past that last horse and timing the move. So Louis Perez climbs aboard and see if he is able to do that at this bottom level. And this one's going to be one of the shorter price horses in here. She's at 9 to 5. These 6 horses, Seattle Causeway. Tricky read on this one. I think she scratched the other day. She does drop in class, as she has been facing tougher. But she ran second down in Tampa against the 6250s there. Last race on the artificial surface wasn't as good, but now she also is winless on the dirt. But she should be competitive at the bottom level here. The 7, Love Thyself, got some route experience last time and ran pretty good. She didn't get beat all that badly. She had some trouble in the trip and did add blinkers for the race. So second time blinkers today for Love Thyself, and also second consecutive time going long. Let's see if she runs better, getting that experience with the change of equipment and the stretch out. The one horse is Lady Leoban. Lady Leoban claimed for this price, so maybe not the most positive sign that she comes back out of jail for the same price. But she comes off a victory, so she won the 3 lifetime. Wouldn't be a big stretch if she wins this one, especially if she could get a trip from that inside post. The 6th race will go off in about 5 minutes. They're about to go on the track. Exactitry Super Daily Double. Pick 3 starts. Scratch the 9 and 10.
On the track for race number 6. From Finger Lakes, number 1 is Lady Lauban and Carlos Camilo aboard. Number 2, Automated Teller, Chris Russell. Number 3 is True Destiny and Cabercoa. Number 4, Sweet DeSantis and Luis Perez. Number 5, Liggins Legacy, Jeremiah Flores. Number 6, Seattle Causeway, Jockey Change, Christian Navarro. Number 7 is Love Thyself, Jose Baez. Number 8, Miss Pab, John Barrios, the rider. Post time in just a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Fillies and Mares are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. Fillies and Mares have arrived at the gate for race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 8 fillies and mares going 1.70 miles. Favorite even money number 4, Sweet DeSantis. Ligon's Legacy. 2 out, Love Thyself and Miss Pab. 6-5, Sweet DeSantis, and they're all in the gate. And they're off. It's True Destiny who's barreling out for the front end. Seattle Causeway's on the outside with Love Thyself. Ligon's Legacy's between runners, about a length off the lead in fourth. And then it's Lady Lauban who scrapes the paint, saving all the ground. Miss Pab is about 5 wide around the first turn into 6th. 7th place belongs to Automated Teller, who is to the inside of Sweet DeSantis at the back, but only about 6.5 from front to last as they angle on to the backstretch. The gray, True Destiny has the lead. Seattle Causeway second. Miss Pab is ridden hard to go after leaders in third and using early energy. 4th place, Love Thyself to the outside of Ligon's Legacy. Lady Lauban towards the inside in 6th, 4 off the lead. Then 3 lengths back to Sweet DeSantis in second last, who's about 3 lengths in front of Automated Teller, who's at the back. The half and 49 in a 5th as they make the entry into the far turn, and Seattle Causeway is the new leader over Miss Pab. True Destiny relegated back to 3rd. Love Thyself tracks in 4th. Then 2 lengths back, Ligon's Legacy 5th. Sweet DeSantis takes the overland route in 6th. Lady Lauban's in 7th. And a few lengths back to Automated Teller, who trails the field as they arrive at the top of the home stretch. And it's Seattle Causeway who turns them in. Love Thyself comes to tackle on the outside. True Destiny hangs in there at the fence. And then it's Ligon's Legacy who's on the outside. Then it's Lady Lauban. 1 furlong to go. Seattle Causeway clings to that lead. Ligon's Legacy, the danger. Ligon's Legacy pushing on by Seattle Causeway at the 16th pole. And it's Ligon's Legacy who will be victorious over Seattle Causeway. Love Thyself 3rd. True Destiny 4th. Got a Stewart's inquiry and jockey objection. Right now, it doesn't involve the unofficial winner. It's the 7 versus the 6, the jockey objection. So the unofficial 3rd place horse versus the unofficial 2nd place horse. When in all Stewart's inquiries, you should always hold all tickets. Unofficially 5, 6, 7, 3. The 5, Ligon's Legacy. New York bred, 4-year-old Justin affiliate by Sakonnet out of Chinchilla Dust. Paul Barrow, owner trainer. Jeremiah Flores, the winning jockey. Sakonnet Racing, bred Ligon's Legacy. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a disqualification. Number 6, Seattle Causeway, has been disqualified from second and placed third for interference in the stretch to number 7, Love Thyself. Disqualification in race 6. Number 6, Seattle Causeway, disqualified from second and placed third. New order of finish, 5-7-6-3. Here's a look at the pan shot. Seattle Causeway in the red blinkers on the lead right now. Love Thyself in the orange silks, having the check right there as Seattle Causeway veers out into the path of the 7, Love Thyself. Head-on shot, red blinkers. Seattle Causeway right there, right into the path of the 7, Love Thyself. That's the reason for the DQ in race 6. $18.62, the winning mutual. Double, $222.10. Exacta, $104.06. Trifecta, $177.05. Dime Super, $151.32. Pick 444, $988.03. Seventh race from Finger Lakes, scratch number 6, Dates Freedom. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, late daily double wagering. Post time in 23 minutes at 4:06 p.m.
All right, race 7 is upcoming. Yeah, Ligon's Legacy able to get the trip and get the victory. That's Flores for Barrow. Had a big week last week. He got his 1,000th win. Actually won 3 races that day earlier in the week. So Ligon's Legacy, I think my co-host Jackie Davis had that one. That one will start off the late pick 3. 7th race, a starter, optional claimer. 8,000 is the claiming tag. It is for the starter condition of a claiming price of 5,000 or less in the last 2 years. It turns out to be a pretty good one. We did scratch the 6, Dates Freedom. It does feature Dynamite Karma, who's been dominating this condition and really isn't hit that hard with the weight. I mean, this horse is carrying 126 today. That's the same weight that he carried going to mile 70 last time, where he still won pretty easy. And they went after him a little bit too, but he was able to be up for the challenge as they tried to tag team him a little bit the race before as well, forcing him to go 47. He's the inside speed. It's a matter of who will try to go with him. You have Allure of Money and Golden Rain, who have some natural speed, tactical speed, but not really horses that like to send out there. So Dynamite Karma's got to definitely regress if they're going to beat him, and not sure if that's going to happen. Again, he's not really getting hurt that badly with the weight. A few of them have 4 pounds on him, but a couple of them, like Brother Jeremiah and Henry III, who's a former stablemate, have just a couple pounds on him. So he's the horse to beat. He's currently getting a lot of play. No surprise there. Looking for a horse for second, if you like that one. I thought maybe a long shot, the 7, Golden Rain, could make the number off of a decent turf race last time. He wasn't embarrassed in a turf race at Saratoga against a really tough group. But his last race here wasn't good, but as I mentioned earlier, he's chasing, trying to win the race, and he's wide chasing, and then lost all interest after that. I think you could forgive that race. You look at his other races, he's not that badly beaten. And if he is a little more patient and kind of a stalk and make one run at the end, I think this horse can hit the board and run a lot better as a long shot. He's currently one of the bigger shots at here at 7-1. Is obviously most of the play is going to be on the 2, Dynamite Karma. Looking at Allure of Money, you talk about some back class. Here's the former New York Derby winner as a 3-year-old. It's only a couple years ago, but times got tough and he had to drop to 5,000. Was claimed for the price. Really didn't run that badly. Not his best distance, although I say that, but he won a stakes race going 6 furlongs. So he's more of a deep closer going 3/4 and an up close horse going long. And here's the stretch out today at a mile 16th, which is the same distance. He won the New York Derby, so maybe he could wake up and remember his old days. 7th race going on the track. You got 6 minutes to post. Exacta, Tri, Super, and Daily Double offered in here. Again, scratch the 6, Dates Freedom.
Horses coming on the track for the 7th race from Finger Lakes. Leading the post parade, number 1, Fort Charles with jockey Christian Navarro. Here's the huge favorite, number 2, Dynamite Karma, coming onto the track with Inoel Bieto aboard. Number 3, Brother Jeremiah, Christopher Elliott, the riding assignment. Number 4, Henry III, Jeremias Flores. Number 5, I guess we'll go to the 7, Golden Rain with Joel Cruz. Number 8 is Beta, Luis Perez. And somewhere is the 5 Allure of Money. Came out last. There he is. Chris Russell, the jockey. Post time in approximately 4 minutes. 2 minutes. And the horses have arrived at the gate for race 7 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 7 to go, a mile in the 16th. 1 to 2, favorite number 2, Dynamite Karma. Allure of Money, Golden Rain, and Beta. One out, Beta. And this field is set for a start. And they're off. Slight hop on the start for Golden Rain. It's Allure of Money. It takes the initiative and goes out for the lead, but it's Dynamite Karma, the favorite towards the inside, who will win that race into the first turn. Allure of Money and Beta are second and third. Golden Rain deep on the course in fourth. Port Charles saves all the ground in fifth and about 3 lengths in front of Brother Jeremiah, who's about 5 lengths in front of Henry III, who takes residency at the tail of the field. Dynamite Karma's on top. The lead's a half length over Beta, who's 3 wide. Allure of Money defers in third. Port Charles, White Blinkers improving up the inside in fourth. Now up into third, only 3 parts of a length off the lead is Port Charles. And then it is Golden Rain, who's in the White Blinkers, passing Allure of Money, who's shuffled back to third last. 2 lengths to Brother Jeremiah, who's 4 lengths in front of Henry III, who's at the back. Dynamite Karma goes for the opening half in 47 2/5 as they make the entry into the far turn. Dynamite Karma leads by a length. Beta takes a crack at that one outside second. Port Charles behind horses third. Golden Rain's in fourth. Brother Jeremiah towards the inside in fifth. 5 lengths off the lead. Now up into fourth. Allure of Money 3 wide. Golden Rain shuffle back to second last. And Henry III's about 9 lengths off the lead. A quarter of a mile left to travel. Dynamite Karma still under a hand ride as they reach the top of the stretch. Port Charles now up in the second. Beta is shuffled in third. Then it's Brother Jeremiah fourth. They got 3/16 to go, and Port Charles takes it to the favorite Dynamite Karma, and Port Charles puts those White Blinkers in front. Brother Jeremiah's on the grandstand side. Will try and run down Port Charles. 16th to go. Port Charles and Brother Jeremiah. Brother Jeremiah and Port Charles. Brother Jeremiah and Port Charles in a photo. Then it was Dynamite Karma and Allure of Money. Number 1. Port Charles first. Second, number 3, Brother Jeremiah. Third, number 2, Dynamite Karma. Fourth, number 5, Allure of Money. 1325. And the 7th from Finger Lakes. Port Charles back to the winner's circle. Florida Bred, 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Kozan on a Fast Moon. Jose Merced, the owner. Samuel Morales, the trainer. Christian Navarro, the winning jockey. Passion Stables bred Port Charles. $12.38, the winning mutual. Double, $180.82. Exacta, $90.94. 50-cent try, $76.49. Dime Super, $44.91. Eighth and final, Finger Lakes. Scratch number 2, Canary Storm. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfacta wagering. Post time for the 8th and final in about 20 minutes at 4:37 p.m.
All right, coming up on the last, as I say in horse racing, all streaks eventually come to an end, and Dynamite Karma was not his day today. Very close finish and a good finish in that race between Fort Charles and Brother Jeremiah. It was Fort Charles winning the photo. Congratulations to them. As we go to the last, just a reminder, we do have live racing again tomorrow, Monday through Wednesday, and we're going to stick with that 1 o'clock first post time for now. Make sure you tune in early. I'll have Jackie Davis on again as my guest, and we will start around noon. Do the pre-race show. You can see that through our website on YouTube or through your ADW site. We scratched the 2 Canary Storm out of the last, and kind of look at some of the contenders in here, I should say. Giant at Work has got good numbers the last 2. Now, she was a beaten favorite last time at a very, very short price. I think 1 to 5 she was in that last race. But Immigration Law got the jump on her. Immigration Law ran a pretty decent time for the day as well, and so she had to settle for second. The race before, she ran into Yankee Doodle. Yankee Doodle came back to win against winners on an allowance race. So no shame in those 2 losses. Looks like it's a field she could beat today. The 6 phone call, Heaven, got a shot in here. This one was running against restricted 3-year-olds, but you could consider this a little bit easier. Very well bred. Half to a multiple stakes winner, and certainly does have good breeding for the distance. So they're going on the track for the last. Exacta Try and Super offered in the 8th. Again, scratch the 2, Canary Storm.
Coming on the track for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Sounds of Summer and Joel Cruz. Number 3, Soho Nights, Christopher Elliott. Number 4, Giant at Work and Andre Worry. Number 5 is Hard to Love, Chris Russell. Number 6, Phone Call to Heaven, Cabercoa. And number 7, Staged Conflict, and the Alexa Marie Cintron aboard. Post time in a few. 2 minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 fillies and mares, maidens going a mile. 6 to 5 on number 4, Giant at Work. 2 to 1, number 1, Sounds of Summer. Giant at Work going up. Half the field in line, Hard to Love. Phone Call to Heaven. And Staged Conflict. And they're all in the gate. And they're off. Looks like a great start. Sounds of Summer from an inside post sending out for the lead. Soho Nights, Hard to Love, and Phone Call to Heaven, second, third, and fourth. Then a ground-saving Giant at Work towards the inside and second last, and Staged Conflicts at the tail of the field as they sort themselves out. It's Hard to Love who's on the point, has a lead by 2 open lengths. Phone Call to Heaven's on the outside up in the second. Sounds of Summer towards the inside in third. A space of 2 to Soho Nights, mid-flight in fourth. Staged Conflicts in fifth as Soho Nights is rank as they reach the backstretch. And at the back, that is Giant at Work, who's about 8 lengths off the lead as they run to the 4.5 furlong marker. It's Hard to Love on top. The lead's a length and a half over Phone Call to Heaven in chase mode second. Sounds of Summer now re-rallies up the inside to be into a joint second. 2 more lengths back to Staged Conflict in fourth, then a length back to Soho Nights, who's to the inside of Giant at Work, who's at the tail of the field. The half in 48 and 4/5 on the far turn. Hard to Love, a big long shot on top by 2 lengths over Sounds of Summer and Phone Call to Heaven, and Giant at Work breezing up to the outside. Giant at Work's launching a rally and trying to get to Hard to Love as they reach the top of the stretch, and Giant at Work takes over from Hard to Love. Sounds of Summer slips through towards the inside in some tight quarters there as Hard to Love makes it tight there for Sounds of Summer, and then it's Staged Conflict in fourth. All the meanwhile, Giant at Work strides away by 10 lengths. Staged Conflict, Sounds of Summer second and third, but Giant at Work Breaks the maiden impressively. Give Worry 2 on the card. Stage Conflict second. Sounds December 3rd. And the early pace setter Hard to Love fourth. Four, 7, 1, 5. Big favorite Giant at Work. Your winner, time for the mile, 141.19. Giant at Work back to the winner's circle. New York bred, 3-year-old dark brown filly by Outwork out of the Giant's Beauty. Alfred Freed Jr. owner breeder. Charlton Baker the trainer. Andre Worry with a riding double today. $2.72 the winning mutual, double $20.40, exacta $28.08, 50-cent try $22.98, dime super $21.03. Pick 3, 3 of 3, $64.31. Pick 4, 4 of 4, $1,152.51. Pick 5, 5 of 5, $5,361.52. Eighth race, last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Monday. Next live racing day tomorrow, Tuesday, first post at 1 p.m. From high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a fabulous evening.